I'll just have to grab another tab as the how to put it, and latency test just to see like how long it takes to transfer to it. So you can see we've drawn a circle on the canvas, which is gonna be the head, but we haven't really thought much about it so far, so don't be, well, expecting too much at the moment. Yep. And our reference is just, do you want to see the reference? I mean, it's just some of the very normal what's called stock photo of like people in cute blowing bagpipe. And personally, I don't think I'll put myself on it. Depends on, we'll probably draw the anatomy, but we won't decide on the character just yet. Just see if, because like original characters don't really sell well, so yeah, it's just how things are. Okay, this circle is a bit too bulky, so let's shave it down a little bit. Yeah, it's just like drawing is, I wouldn't say it's too much of a hassle, but like also like sometimes you get tired just saying. Yes. The music, why did it stop? Yeah, I'll just need to disconnect my phone from my headphones, so any stupid notification won't just shut the whole thing down, which hopefully we're not gonna have that issue, but well, we never know. Eh, Yeah, so when we are drawing the anatomy, usually I will say start with the head, but if you have a very specific pose, maybe start with the pose. Head is usually where I base things off. It also kind of determines the character's height, which is kind of crucial to how you do things, I suppose. I think we'll just flip the canvas just slightly for the for the sole reason of, well, the bagpipe is not hold. The arm that's holding the bagpipe up is well, the arm that's like higher is actually on the other side, so it won't block our view that much. And personally, because I don't like drawing very muscly features, so it's usually gonna be like a not too wide torso. For torso, like I know some people use what's it called box shape, but like I'm more used to the egg-ish look. So it's just different methods and different tutorials, but like it's just to set out kind of the orientation of the arm, so that's the main point of it. But this is gonna just be a draft pose and we'll kind of adjust it on the go. But yeah, just for your interest, if you want to know like why is this happening, yeah. I mean, like, I know like the British culture is not a very exciting thing, except for I don't know, I think a lot of Americans like to call themselves Irish or something like that. At least that's what I've heard. So maybe you'll be interested. Who knows? So there's one arm that's slightly higher, so we'll just have this shoulder high up. And then the bagpipe will be around here, so he will be holding it like this. And the hand will be, I will say, like, to get the anatomy right, it often takes like quite a long time to master, obviously. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to tell you straight away like how the ratio are. But usually I think the best way is to just do the pose yourself and kind of figure it out. I think that's how most of us artists does it. And also kind of just look at the reference photo on like some of the proportions, like you figure some of them out, not too hardly, I think. Yeah, that's the hand is way too big. Like the hand is around your face, so that's usually the size we would aim for. And just kind of consider the curvature of the bagpipe. So he's actually holding a tube, like there's a tube here. So we'll just have to consider his hand on the tube. But the tube is also, no, the tube is actually going to the bag, and then here's the bagpipe, and then there's a tube coming out here. But like, just remember there's a tube around there, and the hand is holding the bagpipe up. So just, yeah, it's like the foreshortening is probably the most annoying part. Like how does the perspective works around it. So this arm is actually carrying kind of on the side of the bagpipe. It's not really carrying it on the bottom because it's like there's a belt like most of your tote bags or whatever. So it actually holds it up. So that part, like, just don't worry too much about it. And then there's the foreshortening, which is annoying as fuck. Yeah, that. Maybe around this would looks, but the hand will be, The hand probably goes, the first part of the arm probably goes around there, but the other part of the arm probably doesn't go as low. On the wrong tube, I know this is getting copyrighted so badly. I don't care, I like the music. That's my only reason why I'm playing it. Because I like the music. Why else would I play this kind of music? Although I know it's probably not the best for YouTube environment. Because I would say it's not Western. I'm not facing a Chinese audience or Asian audience, and unless you are interested in Asian culture, you probably won't hear much of this all in your lifetime, probably. This arm is getting so troublesome. Yeah, the bad part about like trying to get anatomy right is just that. How to put it? Yeah, okay, this is way too front. Okay, this makes more sense, right? Thank God. Trying to make sense of this whole thing. Because one thing when you're drawing, you're not just following the formula. You are also more often or not trying to figure out like what's actually happening. So this part of figuring what's happening is probably the most important for most arts. Like, I mean, obviously you could thought of like a storyline or whatever, but like if you don't exactly or don't have a clear idea of what's happening, it will probably ruin your art so much. The arm could go down a little bit. Yeah, this looks slightly weird. Let's use red, just because red is easy to recognize color. Yeah, so your first section of the arm should be around to the bottom of your rib cage, which is around here. So that part would be probably the first kind of ratio you would want to achieve, although you know that this is slightly curved, so don't be, how to put it, don't be too concerned. Like, if it's curved, it probably would go to around here. So that's one of the foreshortening things I mentioned just now. Let's grab blue. I know I'm switching colors a lot. It's just mostly, I mean, it's for clarity when I'm drawing. Like, I need to know where I'm drawing, what I'm drawing, or else like it's gonna fuck up. I don't want it to fuck up, so yeah. Like, I mean, usually I don't do the shape of the arm so early in the drawing, but at the same time I just feel like it's slightly more useful this time around. So figuring out yeah, I need to figure out what's happening with the arm. So and then on this arm it will actually be, so remember the hand is holding a pipe around here. It's kind of like something like a recorder. So yeah, the hand would be around this place, I suppose. Yeah. It's just indicative mostly. Well, we're gonna do the lion arch sometime, so. And for the shoulder, it probably would bend up a little bit just because when you are playing a instrument, like especially when you are blowing out air, you have to like do a deep breath. So your chest pop would most likely pump up because you are. So if you take a deep breath now, you and hold it in, you feel your chest kind of pumped up. So that's one of the thing that would be a factor. Well, we do know the hand would be around here. That's one good thing. Obviously, it's the first sketch, so we haven't really tried out most pose that is like, first of all, possible, and second of all, suitable for the character. So it'll take a while, but it'll be worth it. Yeah, that's all I can say. Like, it'll be kind of worth it. I won't say it's definitely worth it because, well, it's not. Well, it's not. Let's bend the arm slightly. Yeah, it just doesn't feel as natural. Yeah, so yeah, that would be around the place. No, this is way far off. It's so far off. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, let's adjust. I would say the arm is probably alright. It's just where the placements are. So as we know, the arm probably would reside around here because it's facing sideways. So this would probably end around here actually, and the hand would go from here to here, which is annoying. Yeah, like we're trying so many things to just figure out where the hand is, which is annoying AF. But it's just, yeah, it's just daily life of an artist, I guess. Actually, probably just foreshortening around here. Like, I'm not going to like a lot of very art theory stuff at the moment. But like, it's just something you have to be aware of. And we will probably want the character to be walking, but let's just put the character in the middle first. And then with the ribcage and a tree on this side, because there's the muscle on the chest, on the stomach, it actually doesn't curve around that much, or like you will have like a small two on the stomach. So you have the chest, and then you have the stomach, and this actually comes out a little bit more. So sometimes you'll see kind of this shape on the other side, and it comes back out, like just because it's just human anatomy, I suppose. Then like usually it won't be like a very sharp curve, and it will just be like something like this, and that will be the types. So that's a tutorial 101 for you. Yeah, like probably not as curved, but like, yeah, on anatomy basis is kind of how it's going. Probably won't want the hip to be too big because this is a male character. Like, I won't say we are not giving him, I'm not saying we are not giving him gyat, but hey, it's just a male character and I want it on some postcards, so don't be too insistent on like how it's going. Yeah, I call this the two balls method because, well, there's two balls. Yeah. And the ribcage usually, at first I started with a method that's drawing a circle, and but then that method doesn't really work that well. I do admit the power of this character is way too low, so maybe the circle method is right a little bit, but who cares? Yeah, and then we'll just slowly adjust it accordingly. Then, well, here's it's basically where your legs joints go. But because we are just giving it like a very calm feeling, so we are not gonna give a lot of angle to it. So you can see this is kind of flat because we are just front facing. We are not giving it much perspective or things. It's just very flat facing piece. Hi, so we're actually drawing. We want to draw a Scottish costume today. So here's a reference photo of it. So because I'm in Scotland, so I want to draw something that's like kind of resembles it, and yeah, just kind of like a small memorial for myself and potentially a postcard thing. So we're trying to get the pose right at the moment, and it'll probably be the person walking, but like how to put it? Walking, but also not like in a very forceful way. It's just very chill walking on grass. Maybe put a sheep next to it, because apparently I think Highland sheep are like quite a staple in Scotland. Like it's quite very, I wouldn't say famous, but like it's a thing that people here proud of. Maybe not proud of, but like very typical thing, futuristic thing of Scotland. So that's gonna be today's topic. And are you interested in traveling to the UK or similar things? Just because we are drawing something that's very UK related today. Oh no, this is actually a Clip Studio paint. So right now I don't think it's on sale, but if you wait until around March or around Easter time, there will be a sale usually, and in that sale you can probably get it for like 30-40% off, maybe also on Black Friday. Like that's usually how the pricing goes. Yeah. And it's actually, I think quite a lot of professionals use Clip Studio Paint. Depends if you're using iPad, then Procreate is obviously the best choice. But if you're using like a tablet and PC, then I will say Clip Studio is probably the best choice. Like at least it's the most popular one that I can vouch for, because I also knew the software by influences. Or like it's just so many people in the industry, like anime industry, actually use Studio Paint. So I suppose it's the staple. Do you draw on Procreate, or usually do you draw? Just in, interested in knowing. So this actually goes back slightly, but just leave a space for a joint. So in theory this should line up, but because this is going to the back, so it probably curves up a little bit. Wrong too. And I don't know, that is usually yeah. So we are gonna just, so these guidelines are more to like let us figure out like what direction is facing. So usually I don't use them as much, but I feel like my anatomy is going a little bit haywire, so that's why I decided to put them in today. Usually I don't use them as much, or like yeah, I don't use them as much, yeah, because they help you kind of like, it's a basis to start putting the flesh onto the character. So if you see what I'm doing right here, so we're actually reducing that into the form of the leg easily. So that's probably what you would hope to achieve with it. Although this like a sketch anatomy is still like in the process of taking the pose into something that we are considering, because first of all, this is a sketch. Second of all, even if it's a sketch, it doesn't mean it. So I feel like I put some perspective into it though. This is not exactly what I want. Well, we can fix it later. Yeah, I think we want to rotate it to the right a little bit. And yeah, we'll fix that. Yeah, that's not too hard, I think. So on drawing legs, like especially the feet, usually I will say an easy way is to have this triangle, which is kind of the shape of your leg. Like this is your leg, and then there's this triangle which goes down to your leg. Then there's the main piece, which is, well, the main of your leg, and then there's the toes. So separating them into these few parts actually would help you get the form right easier. So I feel like the legs are a bit too short, just a gut feeling, I suppose. We'll just enlarge it a little bit. Like, I think this is the one good thing about digital art is that you can just scale things up easily. Just like adjust them, like it's so easy to adjust things in digital art, and like this always blew my mind, like how easy it is just to like adjust stuff. And let's use a blue. No, we'll use a red because we use blue for the outline, just to get some basic shapes out. So around the eyes, there's the Adam's apple. Is it? I think it's called Adam's apple. And then there's the chin. There's the jawline. No, there's the other side of the jawline. Which, if you want to smooth it out a little bit, is definitely alright. And because we actually, yeah. This is not going to be like final, so we are just gonna wing a little bit of it, I suppose. Yep. Like, obviously that sketch is not gonna be like 100% correct, so we're still gonna need to do the, yeah, I feel like this rib cage is too big for our liking, so we'll mold it into like a slightly more egg-shaped. And I think I will just put the character, just everything facing one direction, so it makes the walking motion a bit more consistent. And for the ribcage, I think on the back sometimes you can just reduce it a little bit, depends on how you like it. And then there's the shoulder. I know we're kind of shrinking the body a little bit up, but I think it's totally alright. Especially just, yeah, just on the sketch stage, you don't really have to care that much about it. And okay, we might have a little bit of foreshortening here on this shoulder. So there's gonna be this, how to say, muscle piece around your shoulder. So if you're drawing shoulders, you probably want to have this, although maybe not too much, but like give it a little bit. Just don't let the shoulder go like this. Like there's a bone on your shoulder. That's why most Gundam have the piece on the shoulder. Maybe, I don't know, but yeah. And then we'll just do some basic anatomy. Maybe not so basic, but will quite basic anatomy. And then the hand. I'll say usually you want the finger to be on the pipe, so that's one thing that we missed out just now. So there's your main piece, and then there's the fingers. So that means on the other side you would want the fingers to be also around the same place, kind of overlapping slightly, but because they are from the other hand, so make sure to give a little bit of curvature, so the hands actually, you can see the fingers not being bent the other way. Yeah, that looks alright. Yeah. And then as we said, like, yeah, there's like a really strong foreshortening on this side, so like it's not ideal, but it's what it is, so we'll just do it the way like this. And just some, yeah, the anatomy is not going too bad. Not too bad doesn't mean it's great, but it's not too bad. We just turn the rest into a lot lower opacity, so yeah, like getting cleaner lines. That's like a really important thing when you're doing anatomy. You want to have the cleanest line you can get, or else I won't say you go haywire, but like it's not great if you have like messy lines. Yeah, everything is gonna face the same direction, and I feel like this line is going a little bit upwards. Like we need it to be flat. Like to not create a sense of perspective, we need to push things very flat on this one. Although like obviously we can do perspective, but like I don't think it's the right thing for this piece, because like perspective also give like intensity to the artwork. So if you put perspective into a piece of artwork, like the stronger the perspective, the stronger the sense of motion is, and like then the stronger it will be for, well, the emotion insights. So best advice, just don't put any strong perspective. Although I did say clear lines, like I feel like the two balls method is probably the one I'm most familiar, like the one that I feel like it helps me the most. So we'll put the two balls in. It's an enormous balls, but why can't he have enormous balls? Enormous balls is good thing. It just means a very big production. Yeah. And with that you can see like this line actually kind of curves up a little bit, which we don't want to. We want it to be flat, like flat. So let's just do this slightly up because this is going way too down. Yeah. So you can see around this point, like the elbow is around the end of the rib cage. I think the elbow is slightly too long on this one, but it's eye. So yeah, ratio does help things a lot. And then we can do like a bit of composition thing like later on. Yeah, I know this is probably not the best way to draw hands. Like, we are literally just throwing the curve straight in. Like, we are not considering the muscle composition, whatever, but it's just a method I'm very used to. So we'll just do that for now. We're not gonna do it for the whole piece, but like, we'll do it for now. Okay, this is gonna be flat, right. So this is alright flat-ish. And then because it's not a standing motion, like in a standing motion it will be like flat. But then if you are in a walking motion, you will probably have, I wouldn't say a very higher up or lower down, it's more like it's facing slightly more to the front, or the leg that's like facing behind will be a bit dragged to the back. So yeah, like this is nothing to do with, I think this is more to do with where the joint is facing. Like, it's still facing this way. It's just helps with like considering like how the pose actually works. I know this is gonna look a lot shorter than he should be, but well, we didn't say it's gonna be a he, but like it's a male Scottish costume, so let's just assume a he for now. And we want it to be more flat as we said just now, so we actually need to turn the joints to be facing this direction. Oh, we're actually drawing like a very traditional Scottish thing today, but I can look that up. We can do a doodle on the side. Wait a second. 92nd Regiment of Foot. Ah, I see. I understand that that's more like a blend of Scotland and the Royal Army, I feel like. And we're just doing a very, very traditional Scottish one for today because I am planning this to be like gonna be part of a postcard release. So that's the reason why. Like, we want to be like, I wouldn't say as general as possible, but yeah, probably as general as possible. Just so it will be like this is more like a products thing, I suppose, like drawing a product. So unfortunately we can't do that one, but right, we can do it on the side. How is it look? So there's the hat, there's the, yep, and then there's a slight feather here, and then there's the forehead, head, forehead, head, ear, yeah, ear, and back of head. And then now let's see what's the other part. It looks very English-y, just seeing like this suggestion is a very English costume, I suppose. Also maybe because it's part of like UK Army things. And there's the shoulder badge. For the hand, I think we'll just leave it as like cartoonish hand, just for ease. It's easy. And then there's this thing around here. And I think there's a crisscrossing somehow. And then there's the belt. There's the, I forgot what it called, but like there's three things dangling there. Definitely not bolts. And there's the cute. And leg. So it's actually just to the knees, but I think we are around the same height, I think. Yeah. So, and then the knee sock, right under the knee sock. It's like boots, so yeah. Oh, the music died out. Yeah, it's fine. Yep, that's your soldier. We'll put him on the side for now. Yeah. Yep, there you go. Oh, do we not move it? And wait, move to this. Yep. Does he have any other features? I think not. Maybe one set more, just because the reference photo says so. And then just cute things. Cute as in the dress, the Scottish dress. Yeah, it's kind of empty here, I suppose. Let me just get the music continued. I think also part of the reason is just because like it's, well, today is like Wednesday, middle of the week. People are not as enthusiastic, I suppose. North Korea, I don't, to be honest, North Korea probably is not as empty as you think, just because like there's not much news from that. Doesn't mean that there's not much people there. Just saying. I think for North Korea, like personally, I don't like them. Obviously, a lot of reasons. We can say a whole list of them easily. But also like, yeah, life is probably hard around there, but given the fact that the society around there is also kind of not too, how to put it, I won't say uncivilized, it's more like a rural area, so you actually don't see as much of, well, the, I think the whole value, like the value of the people would be like the more people the more children they have, they will have more what's called people to farm and etc. So that probably would impact it slightly, maybe. And then the top of the shoe around here, I think. Yeah, we need some lines to just denote where this actually is pointing towards, because just by seeing this, I'm anatomy wise I'm slightly confused, so we'll have to slowly decrypt what I was thinking in my mind, I suppose. And then there's the other leg. So I know like his hip seems a lot bigger than it should be, but just remember like it's it's a sketch. Don't be too concerned. And when your leg is pressing to the back, it's actually like, how to put it, compressing. So like curvature will be there, but also it won't be as much as you think it is. You see? And when we need to keep this, we need to keep the perspective very flat, which is a very big problem around here. How's the direction? I think the general direction is around here. That's the general line of the direction, which I think will help with us slightly. Perspective wise, it probably help a lot, but yeah. And then this is slightly facing the down, this is slightly facing up. It makes, I would say, like, if you are drawing yourself, make sure to just have as much clarity on what you're drawing as possible, just because like when it start to get like slightly not clear, you start losing track of where you're going, which is what's happening to me right now. So if I'm walking, okay, it's actually not that back. I think it's slightly vertical placement is alright. Maybe we need to shift it to the front, like, no, that looks weird as far. But then, like, you have to understand the thighs actually get slightly thicker and it actually gets a bit thinner during the course of your leg, so that part you just have to get used to, I suppose. We do need to move this up a little bit because, oh, let me see. Yeah, it's about the right length. So for drawing the body, I would say the leg to your bowel is around the same length as your bowel to the top of the head. So I would say around this part to this part and this part to this part. It should be 1 to 1. So this leg is way too small. This is annoying. No, now it's too thick. How tall do I want the character to be though? Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. I think it's alright. Okay, maybe the... Okay, now we are starting to get a little bit more of it. Just to make sure we are getting the joints at the right place. And then this should go to the back in this direction, just so we don't make any more mistakes as we did. Thanks for the hearts. And then that will bring us to this part where we'll kind of determines where the leg goes. And let's see, should be the same phasing, I think. This is getting slightly out of hand, but I think it's doing rather alright. So we need the leg to be facing this direction ish. We don't need to be like facing straight on, I suppose. But this mix is slightly weird though, doesn't it? I feel like the anatomy is just off. Like, what's wrong with me today? Like, it just feels not right. Yeah, the anatomy is so off. Weird. This is supposed to be a working piece though. I'm not trusting the process with this one just because, like, I don't know, it might cost me money. So okay, the leg kind of makes sense, I think. Just trying to make sense of what's going on in this piece because it's not making much sense for me. The knee should be slightly higher, maybe. Maybe that's what the problem is. Maybe slightly tilted to the back might help. It might help. I'm so not in. I don't know. I don't feel I'm in the right mode or like position to draw today. Like, yeah, weird. Then we still need to draw a bagpipe. Like, we haven't even put the very important thing in yet. How does a bagpipe look? Okay, yo. So there's the bag, and then there's the fuck. Wait, sorry. Let me just check how bagpipe look. This is annoying. So it's like a bag, but the bag is carried in. I think people like carry either in front or they don't. Oh, it's okay. I kind of get it now. So the bagpipe is, let's use blue for this and new layer. So the back is around here and it goes back. Yeah, so they're clipping it down with their arms. So that's how the bagpipe kind of being held by the blade performer. And then there's this piece at the top here, which have the pipe coming out of it. And we can literally just put it according to where the ends are, just because it makes much more sense that way. And then there's the top of the pipe, which goes back down into the bag. And then there's the free the bag might extend out a little bit more. Well, who knows? And then there's the pipes coming up, and I think it depends on how the person is holding it. I feel like usually the three pipes goes according to the arm, so it will be around here, and then the second is here, and the third one's around here. But as you can see, the third one is like kind of blocked by the head, so that part's fine. That part's totally fine for now. Let's just check the ratio. The ratio is around right. It's about right. That's it. Yeah, the leg looks alright. I don't know, maybe it'll change after we start putting everything in. Maybe, not sure, but hopefully. And for the pipes, the tallest one is actually the one by the head. So, and there's also another one coming from the mouth into the back pipe. So we'll have to leave one pipe around here. And this one actually comes up quite far. Like as the reference photos go, it goes quite far up. And plus he's holding it, so maybe to the back. Yeah, this looks like a more natural-ish arrangement. And then let's go back to the red just to finish off the head. I know it's probably not the most accurate head in the history of drawing, but it is working. I'm fine with it working. And then there's the ear, which, yeah, things looks like they're in the right place. The head might be slightly smaller than it needs to be though. Is it? No, it looks alright. Yeah, it looks alright. Yeah. Okay, then the costume, which will probably use green. And let me just grab some water real quick. Ah. Oh. Oh. To be honest, it's cold here in Scotland, unfortunately. And I think I caught a cold, but I don't know. Like, the runny nose thing has been going on ever since I moved to Scotland, and it's not great. Yeah, this is just a sketch. This is just a sketch. Don't be too bothered by how it looks. But how the fuck am I not gonna be bothered? It looks. I mean, it's understandable, but it's also like not very great, I suppose. I am also considering is the music turning people away, because I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the very appropriate music for the stream, but you know why? I have no idea. Okay, let's grab some green. No, this is too light. Green, yep. Because the thing about green is that it's too bright of a color. So you know, on the spectrum there's red, green, and blue. So green is actually like the one that our eyes most sensitive to. So green will look brighter than red, even the same saturation, same brightness. So that's why, well, if you have to, you probably should use a slightly darker green just to match the brightness of everything else. So there's a hat. And then the hat actually goes here. So yeah, hat. Okay, probably goes up a little bit with a little bit volume and goes down. It's around the forehead though, like, okay, this hat is way too high up. Around the forehead, yeah. So just because it's around the forehead, so you have to accommodate a little bit of the hair. So I would say just to make this a little bit more fluffier. I will admit I'm not Scottish myself, but I moved to Scotland, so I feel like, well, I should probably draw something about it. So yeah, and then there's also the thing here on top. It's actually it should be fluffy, but also at the same time, like, I don't know. Let's just make it fluffy for now, just so we don't forget it when we actually draw the thing. Like, do the final line art. And then there's the shirt, which we did the wrong kind of shirt. So on this one, the color is actually buttoned up and it goes more flap down. And then there's so let's get a middle line. So this is the middle line of the torso. And then there's the bow tie, which we'll decide on what the color is later on. I mean, if you have any colors you want to see or like anything you wanted me to doodle, definitely shout it in the chat. You can see like we've done a soldier just now. Yeah, and then it's kind of like a suit. So, well, my reference photo, at least the reference photo and website say so. So that's the suit going down, which is covered by the bagpipe. So let's ignore that part slightly. And the suit is just like a normal suit. You got the flap on the side. Okay, we have these two curved. And then this going down. I don't know, it looks very big. Not in that way, but like I feel like we are drawing it wrong. The thing is that I feel like we're drawing it wrong. Maybe also the problem is because I'm looking at a guy who's... Why is the reference photo black? What the fuck? Okay, converge around the stomach, which is not a very bad thing, I suppose, but like I'm not getting the curvature right. Like, god damn it. I don't know. I feel like after living in Scotland for like half a year now, I feel like my accents have like slightly been impacted by living here. It's not fun sometimes when you're speaking somewhere and like, oh fuck, like what happened to my... That's not how that word should sound like. Eh. Yeah, and they use some really... I wouldn't say it's like a weird vocabulary, but like also it's definitely not a very common vocabulary. Like instead of saying like, oh great, amazing, like they'll say like super or like grand. Like I get it, it might just be a regional thing, but like I just don't get it. Like it felt weird. Like I know it's just the culture, slangs, whatever, but I don't know. I'm not disgusted by it, or like I'm not discriminating them. Maybe slightly. Yeah. And then the switch actually goes into the cute, so it's around the waist, so the waist should be around here, so that's where the cute starts. So that's the cute, and it actually goes to around the knees, and we're gonna keep this traditional because why else are we not doing it? We are doing this for like a slightly tourism piece, so also like if anyone's interested in coming to like Scotland, especially in Edinburgh, feel free to ask if you have any place you want me to explain or something like that. Well, because well, I'm here in Scotland already. And then I think for kilts, like the front end is quite non-foldy, and then it only gets more fold on the side. Like as far as I've observed, that's the norm. Yeah, that's weird, but also like kind of get it, just kind of. Oh, sometimes they have a cape. Huh. And the cape goes behind the bagpipe, which is alright. So the cape goes from on the other side of here to here. Something like that. It ties a knot probably around here. But that is not part of the visible part, so that part we can kind of ignore slightly. Okay, I feel like this is getting a lot smaller than it should. Okay, the cape actually goes down to here. Okay, now it looks similar. I wouldn't say this is the most accurate piece of all. I'm not a Scottish tourism whatever person, but like I just feel like I want to do this piece, so that's why I'm doing this piece. On the costume or like attire, there's also this like pouches thing on the side, which I think is secured on the belt. So yeah, this part here, and then one around here. There's the thing in the front. I don't know, I feel like I'm mixing a bit too much of everything in it, but at the same time, like, it's... I feel like just every traditional costume got like a whole ton of details and like, especially like the symbolism of like clans and things, like those I'm not too familiar with, which is not great for this piece in particular. But at the same time, I understand the notion. And then there's like this, which kind of goes down to here, here. And then goes back up around here, which will block the piece after that slightly. And then there's the thingy in the front, which I don't know what shape we are gonna make it in. We'll just put a placeholder for now. And another pouch. I feel like this is a very young looking one. I suppose. Like, I think the hatch is not helping. We might have to change the style of the hatch slightly. I saw a lot that's like around the town, like during holidays or like weekends. I just don't think the hatch got much use. Yeah, I think they changed the common type of the hatch around, so let's get us the fluffy-ish type. Yeah, just this is not working well just because, yeah. But then using this type of hat, I feel like the character will look slightly more blocking this view of the back, which is not the best, but also, well, it's just how it is, I suppose. I mean, it's gonna be a not especially great piece, but like, eh, it works. It works. Yeah. And then there's the dog, which goes to below the knee, which is, I mean, it's not too weird. It makes sense. Kind of have a slight fold in it, so just take that into account. And same for the other side. So just for the fold, just leave a little bit of space around there. And then the sock will go down as expected. I know why this looks weird. Yeah. I see. Let's fix it in the red pen. Turn this off just so it's easier to read anatomy. I don't know, it just feels, yeah. I feel like we're getting a lot of anatomy problems today. Like, I just haven't really drawn like anatomy heavy things for a while, but I did not expect my anatomy to just degrade, like disintegrate, literally. Like, anatomy shouldn't be like too much of a problem, usually. I just don't know what happened to me. Annoying. Yeah. And then this is gonna look weird as fuck. Yeah. Maybe we should make the base around here slightly thicker. Just curve wise, it won't look too weird. And then for the feet is alright, to be honest. Let's see if it works. I have no idea. It feels like this leg is way thicker than the other one. Is it just because of the line weight or like it doesn't really make much sense. I would say like usually it's like around 1/3. So if it's around 1/3, it should be around here, which we have it. What's wrong? Why is that anatomy all fucking off? Okay. My brain hurts. Yeah. Then usually they on the website it said it will be like a wrong layer. It will be like a leather shoes, so that's what we'll draw in it. And it's just a normal leather shoes, I suppose. We're not gonna put a lot of what's it called. I wouldn't say we're not putting effort, it's just like we're not adding too many decorations to this part of the drawing. Yeah, leather shoes. And then, yeah, something like that, I suppose. YouTube cut my music off again. So on the back of the shoe it's usually slightly higher and then it goes back down. It's just how things are, so let's draw that in. It's like really small details, but like it helps you understand what's happening a lot more, I guess. And just we need to mark this slightly up just to make the flow of the anatomy goes much better, because it's not flowing well either. As far as I know, it's not flowing well, so let's get in this layer. Oh, I'm using eraser. No fucking wonder. Yeah. So I don't know, the Scottish costume usually, well, the Scottish is much more bulkier than that, so we'll just draw this slightly more bulky, I suppose. But the flow is very important. I think the flow also just kind of comes naturally when we draw, so that's just one thing we have to kind of just keep a slight eye out. But if you kind of want it too much, it won't appear, which is the annoying part of this. So if the pen goes smoothly when you draw it, it's fine. That's all we're gonna say. And I don't know, we're just gonna, yeah, I feel like we're just gonna draw our own OC back into it. Just saying, basically myself. Well, this is an artist channel. I feel like most artists will have 1 to 2 OCs. I think it's just how things are. Like obviously you can do like background arts, but like you still need to put some characters in it just to make it look a bit more lively, and that's where your OC will come in. And yeah, the hair won't really been seen. Am I using the right brush? Okay, I think I'm on the right brush. So yeah, I'll need to control the strength I'm putting my pen down, because I feel like the lines are getting a little bit fake. Just a little bit, which is not a big problem. And I feel like one thing that's very crucial when we are drawing is just to make sure you are showing your character, or just get the face finished at least, or else if you figure out the face is all wrong at the end, you're gonna kill yourself. That is very honest advice I would give to anyone who's drawing. I feel like we fucked up the face, did we? We got a pretty big chance of F-king up the face, which is not great. We need to shrink the eye a little bit, I think. Not the face. Like, if we fucked up the face, everything is fucked up, which is yeah, I feel like we might have fucked up the face, which is not great. Let's just fix that really fast. Which, to be honest, is not a big fix. It's just to adjust where the eyes are. Which is still annoying as fuck. I know the hair doesn't look right at the moment. It's just not great. Not a great day. Just getting the lines. Yeah, just a few guidelines to make things go smoothly, hopefully. We are using this as slightly like a ruler. And I don't know, the eyes. The eyes always so annoying. Like, personally speaking, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, usually, but this is not our usual situation, I suppose. We have the head a bit too tilted compared to our usual drawings. And the curve is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I think fixing the curve really did help a lot. So yeah, the height is correct, the height is correct. Yep. Let's just turn this off for a sec and get this stupid piece of hair out of the way. Because we did fuck it up already, so doesn't really matter that much after this. We do need to either be slightly lower. Okay, this looks reasonable, I suppose. It's not the best thing in the world, obviously, but it's good enough. And let's get this out of the way. So, because there's the thing that's kind of pulling the hair back up, we need this to be like a really low opacity. Yeah. Okay, this is working. And the ear need to be lower positioned lower as well, because usually where the ear sits is like behind the below the eye. So if the ear is sitting above, is, well, not great, I suppose. We kind of gave up on the hair. Let's be honest, we have never been great with hair, but like, I still haven't really have such a fuck up as today. Like, I have kind of the picture in my mind, but I'm just, I don't know, I'm not managing to get it out of my head, which is not a good stage of mind, I suppose. Like I have the image in my head, but I'm not exactly getting what I want out of my head. Not today, at least. Okay, the head is looking reasonable. I won't say it's great, but it's reasonable. So yeah, now we can move on to rest of the things. Hi, welcome there, and if you are watching, thank you for joining. Today we are drawing a Scottish costume. I know there's not really much people here at the moment, just because we kind of, I wouldn't say scared away, or like, we got into a very anatomy trouble just now, and we kind of got stuck there long for a while, so we didn't really progress much. But like, that is in the past now, because we are back and we are doing as well as ever. So when you're drawing like slightly more fluffy things, I would say kind of just either you do it all in like a shaky-ish line, or just kind of what I'm doing now, just occasionally shaky lines, or yeah, just to give it a little bit more texture than, well, the bare minimum. And yeah, and then now is, hopefully we won't ruin our flow that easily. Like, obviously we know this is not gonna be the most accurate thing in the world. Actually, the person would probably be blowing the bagpipe, so it will be like a kind of a flim-ish thing, and then there will be a tube. So Let's just get it to a wide angle. Which he'll be biting on the what's called like the thing that you see if you play the clarinet, like you have a thingy that's like holding up the the thing, and then you have the bagpipe where you have the bag, which we are trying to get the outline of at the moment, where the bag kind of ends here in a circular tube-ish thing. So we are just gonna draw one with a endless. I won't say it's too fluffy. I want it to be like a. Actually, fluffy might look great. Yeah, maybe we'll draw a fluffy one. Yeah, the fluffy one looks alright. And then there's the pipe going down to the hand, which we will need to draw the hand before we draw the pipe. Just so the placement will be slightly, first of all, more natural. Second of all, I feel like I know what is wrong when we are drawing the suits. We have the curve the wrong way. Because usually you have, if you think about the suits, like the suits kind of curves according to your torso, where your torso is actually facing like curve in the front, so that's where your torso would usually be. And I know today's not a very interesting topic, so it's super empty around here. And let's get some lines that kind of denote where the curves are. Just so we can kind of adjust the anatomy accordingly. So this is how the pipe is getting held, like kind of like a brief-ish look of the curve. So we'll want we want to feel like kind of more roundish, I suppose. Like, yeah, the anatomy kind of supports that, not totally, but it supports that slightly. We'll probably need to push the arm out slightly just so it flows better, which is not a very big problem, I suppose. So let's just get rid of these few lines right here. Let's get the next song going. There we go. I have to say I haven't really went into this genre of music in quite a while. It's nice to be back, I suppose. Okay, so one of the very important things, just line it up to the shoulder joint, so you are not starting at a very low point, I suppose. Yeah, no, this is not right. This doesn't feel right. Okay, we won't use the curve, but like I just want a few curves to just clarify where things going and like kind of like compositional FIs, I suppose. I feel like, yeah, this is slightly curved, but this is kind of like a normal-ish curve, so that part's fine. The shoulder, I'll try to keep it as flat as possible, but I know it's not flat. But for the visual niceness, I suppose we can change it up slightly. And then we'll have the hand, which will now go higher, I guess. So that's the process of dealing with anatomy and like the pose. Like you just have to experiment a lot until you find the right one. And then you have the switch kind of. I think we're not giving him enough shoulder. Yeah, I don't think we're giving him enough shoulder. Let's give him a bit more shoulder. It looks weird just because, yeah. Like if it just feels like it looks weird, something is wrong, but you're also kind of not sure what's wrong, which is the main problem. So I guess that's the kind of like how the art journey goes for most people. Like you know it's wrong, but you don't know what's wrong, and you just have to kind of like figure out through time. Uh, this is looking alright. Somehow it's looking acceptable. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's acceptable. And then there's the hand, which I think we can manage it, I think. One, two, three. Yeah, that's like finger we. One of the method I saw like lately about drawing hands is remember the hand, the three fingers in the middle, like they form a parallel. And then the rest will add onto it, like the thumb. And then the pinky, which kind of comes out slightly. Also like not too much, I suppose. Okay, this looks alright, I guess. We have to clean the line up slightly after this, just because, well, the line is a complete mess right now. Oh, fuck. We are not beating the AI allegations because we just draw 6 fingers. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I draw 6 fingers. Am I AI now? Hopefully I won't get punched by the witch hunt. Okay, now that let's, yeah, the hand is at least the last finger is not at the right base. I feel like the hand is way too front facing. We need it to be facing this way. Okay, wait. Yeah, today is another very successful stream. Hi. Like, you have to understand there's a reason I hate drawing hands. Because I'm shit at it. Like, I hate hands so much. Look at this. This looks nothing natural. This is not great. This is not great. Aye. How is... Okay, we should in theory be able to see each finger one by one, side by side. At least that's what the hand reference says. So let's try doing that. So the hand ends around here. Then the next finger starts here. Okay, there's a very fat finger, but all things considered, the hand reference method is going alright. Ah! Oh, it kind of worked. Great. Now just remove the construction line. So just remember that the hand is, how to put it? The finger starts here. Yeah. But that's not a very big problem now that we got the right finger composition. maybe not composition, but like I think this is alright. It should look acceptable. It's not the best hand drawing. I don't know how to draw hands, as far as everyone knows. I'm shit at drawing hands. Oh, the fingers are so wrong. Ah! How long are the fingers? It should be around the same with same length as the hand. Okay, we know what's wrong with this one then. Ah. Same length as the hand. The palm. About the same length as the palm, which is alright, I guess. I guess it's alright. Yeah. This stream is so empty today. I feel defeated. I feel like I'm a failure. And then let's... Okay, that's the first finger. Trying to figure out fingers so hard, but like... I don't know how to do fingers. Like, I don't finger myself on a regular basis, so I have no idea. Um... Okay. Okay, it looks slightly usable. Not the best hand in the world, but you'll do for now. This is not getting sold. Fuck. This is never ever gonna be sold. Ah. I mean, it is a slightly good practice, but like, we gotta do the one that's getting sold. Maybe sometime else, some other time. Like, I thought this is gonna be a easy-ish drawing, like, just saying, like, I've always thought, okay, it's just a costume, like, I've referenced, what's the problem? I could just do it myself, but apparently not. Okay. Okay, around here is where it kind of stretches, so we kind of have to let the cloth kind of pull a little bit and return it here where we'll kind of come into this straighter section, and by which we do need to make this straighter section a little bit more front facing because it's not the most front facing thing at the moment. Wait. Wait. Yeah, we can't bend the hand into a abnormal position, so we will need the hand to be in a slightly not normal facing posture. Not great for the overall composition, I suppose, but like it is what it is. So let's get that done. You know what? Fuck this. Ah, this is looking as shit as it could ever be. Ah, fuck. Ah, it looks so bad. Like for non-art people out there, like it probably doesn't look as bad, but like from someone who does art and looking at this is feels like a headache. It just feels like it's not working. First of all, the hand is wrong. That's the first thing out of everything. And this needs a lot more fixing than it is supposed to. Like, it faces the wrong direction and it's not great. It faces the wrong direction, is wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong. Everything is wrong with this piece. Like, we'll finish it, but like it won't be a selling piece, I suppose. The dreams of having a product is the fuck is this? We have the guidelines. Why don't just use the guidelines? Yeah. It's just because I don't feel like our lines is getting enough of the consistency we want. You feel like these are like broken lines broken off each other, something like that. So, and then at the bottom of the pipe is just a very large piece of pipe. This is painful. Why the fuck did I even do this? Ah! Yeah, I know everyone's gone by now, just because we are not doing an especially interesting piece. And well, I want to draw Hololive. I feel that we should probably draw Hololive next time. Just I wouldn't say it's going with the safe option, it's just we like it, people like it, and this no one likes it. And it's not really the most fun thing ever, I suppose. Okay, so the chlorophyll goes back a little bit, and this kind of forms the pouch, and there goes the other side of the thing. And then the trajectory goes into this thing where there's probably a belt. So, is there a belt? I have no idea. In theory, there should be some belt around the area. Let's see. Yes, there's a belt. And then there's the let's get the bagpipe also done before we deal with everything. Where is my reference photo? Okay, yeah, and then the back kind of goes to the other side apparently, and we still have the piece of big cloth going here, so we can in theory remove this piece around here. And then the other side of the suit probably goes around here, something like that. We'll just add a few more lines just to make it blurry, whatever. Because I'm getting lost, to be honest. Like, this whole thing is getting me kind of lost in like, where the fuck am I? For this thing, I think we'll just find one of the simpler design. How is that usually done? It's just basically it's a pouch, I suppose. Just I know this is not traditional, whatever, but like even the fact that it's well not the best, so let's just go with the flow and see where it goes. I I don't trust the process. I gave on the process already, so even on the fact that we kind of gave up on the process, we are fine to do whatever we want. Yep. Let's give it a kind of fluffy-ish. This looks not great. This looks weird. Okay, 3 strands is usually a good number, I suppose. The number 3 is just, I wouldn't say it's a very lucky number, but it's a good number. And yeah, we're adding our own thing into it. To be honest, we should probably make this slightly more dynamic, so just give it a curve of it. So I mean, like, fuck. Yeah, remember this is the same brush, so like when you saw the very thick line, it's just me not controlling my emotions and slamming the pen into the tablet. I suppose that's the best way to explain why the line weights kind of comes out differently. Well, we have a very flowery design, so I suppose this is acceptable. And the rest will be here. Yeah, and just for your notice, the leg anatomy, to be honest, didn't really matter as much here. Just because, well, the majority is covered by acute, so that's kind of covered up most of the things already. And how to put it, the relationship between the bowel and the leg joints is already kind of weak, so on that note we can just say, oh, it's just acute. It's acute is acute. Yeah. And we're not giving it too much deco at the moment, just because like this piece is just reduced from a commercial piece into a fun piece. Like we gave up on the commercial component of it. I was wanting to make this look sellable as a postcard, but with the anatomy being a complete mess, I gave up on that thought already. Well, it's not unsavable, but like, I don't really want much from this piece anymore. Like, back it. Yeah. Feel free to say anything if you want me to doodle them onto the side. Like, oh shit, this is gonna get me fucking copyrighted so much. Yeah, this one's. Ah. the hell of copyright infringement? I think we are just not good with clothes. Like, the thing about everything we draw is that, like, the more clothes we put in it, the worse it goes. I hate to say it, but like, I just feel like drawing clothes is the bane of my life. Let's rotate the canvas. If you're also using Clip Studio Paint, the shortcut is actually just R, and that's the shortcut to just rotate your whole canvas. Yeah, it's just knee socks, which is traditional from all the research I did, which is basically just Google. So if you're not sure, ask Google, don't ask a Scottish person, because I don't have any Scottish person right next to me. Like, I've lived here for, well, I think around half a year. I've been living in Scotland since September, but on that note, it's not really that significant, or like, and let's just give it a slight, what's it called? Let me just check. So it's called cute pose. Cute, not cute. Just to clarify, it's a cute. Yeah, and just to note that it exists on the other side, we are just gonna give it a slight glimpse, which is a trick that I think most art would benefit from. Just even though you know that it's not exactly in the site, it's a good way to just notify a viewer like that exists around there. And then there's the leg, which we are struggling to get it right. Probably, I think we'll struggle slightly. We did draw the outline of the shoe, so that part is, I'm grateful for myself. Thank you, me from 15 minutes ago. We will reduce the length slightly though, just because like it's not, get it right, just because like we are not good with clothing items as far as we know, so we will need to just kind of draw the line somewhere. Like, we are not doing a clothing study anytime soon. Just saying, we won't be. We probably won't be. We might go into NSF now. I don't know. I just feel like, just because of the fact that I'm not good with drawing clothes, like, drawing not safe for work art actually is quite good for people who doesn't know how to draw clothes, as far as anything goes. And then a fun thing about the traditional costume that I found out on the internet is that it actually goes, the laces actually goes up, so you have the normal laces, and then this will actually goes up. So wait, like this, and then the knot will be around here. Like, this is a weird thing, but like, apparently this is what they do according to a travel page. not Wikipedia. I know Wikipedia is not the best source in the world. Oh, this lag is fucked. Is it? Ah! We fucked up. We fucked up. So from the current drawing, you can see that we fucked up. So we are gonna fix this. Because the lag is way too long, apparently. Like, we have a pretty good idea of anatomy, I think, so we know when something is wrong. Like, the sketch is wrong, right? Most definitely. So we'll have to change this, move to here, which is probably the case. The sock will look kind of uneven on the other side, but as long as the main part of the drawing is still intact, that is great news. And then the shoe, which is kind of just flat on, so not give it too much of a curvature, whatever. And this kind of goes around here, and this here will give the curvature at the front of the shoe. And then just to draw this in. Hey, I mean it's fast art, so not fast food, but it's fast art, so I would say just quality may suffer. I would just say this: quality may suffer from the speed of creating this piece, as far as everything goes. Because I mean, let's take a look at how long this piece took. We started the whole piece on the stream. There's no draft, no nothing. We're not just doing coloring. So yeah, like the hand, we fucked up so much. Yeah, let's fix the hand. This hand is the most horrible hand I've ever seen in the lifetime of me drawing. Ah, let's use a red one just to make this more visible, I suppose. It should be around here. Around here to here. Ah, which is annoying, but we'll accept the consequence and fix this. Because this is too much to not fix, I would say. This is too big of a mistake to not fix. And after everything, the hand at least look alright. So I'm grateful for that part. We did not completely fucked up the hand, which we definitely did, but and then like, yeah. And just to make this a bit rounder, so it kind of conveys this message of this being a very front facing end of the so you just need to give the impression that it's kind of like a cylinder facing straight towards you. So I know because of the very weak perspective on this piece, so it kind of makes it looks like there's not much going on, but like in fact like there's quite a lot going on in this piece. Hopefully it kind of shows that. It still looks weird as fuck. We'll release this as a sketch, I suppose. Okay, what else am I missing? Ah, the cape thingy. Right. Okay, let's get this piece of shit out of the way. So that's a cape thingy we definitely forgot to draw in. So let's put it back in. I mean, we are forgetful, not the first day it happens. So it kind of follows along the hand, which is good and bad. Like, just make the hand a lot more forgivable, I suppose. And then just make sure the cape goes around. And give it a little bit of the braiding. Is it called braiding or something like that? So it kind of goes around to the back. Which is probably what we want, I think. I have no idea at all. At least the photos say so. Well, we'll trust the photo, I suppose. I have no idea how this works. Fuck. Like, sorry, getting a bit tired. Like, if you're a long time viewer, you know that I have a daytime job, so this is not very weird for me, just to like kind of feel tired after work. Okay. I mean, so far because the connection between the visual connection between the leg and the body is kind of severe, so you can't really see much of it. So that part did make our life slightly easier. Because like now you don't see the anatomy behind it, so you don't think there's a big problem behind it. Although let's just say there's a lot of big problems behind it, but no one can see it. Who cares? Yeah, the pipe has to be a bit longer. Yeah, that part is fine. It's doable. And then, yeah, we will have one of the pipe kind of, it's gonna poke out a little bit because it's the very, very long one. We are having dilemma between kind of which reference to use, to be honest. Like there's a lot of reference and they all are in like different traditional costumes. So that part is painful. That's painful to navigate. And then the pipe kind of goes back down, and then this kind of strings a little bit, so it's not as big as before. This looks wrong. It should be like straight facing. So yeah. This is annoying. This is so effing annoying. Like, I mean, this kind of piece usually I can finish within a day. But the problem is, like, it's very complicated structure, and it's not as easy as the ones I do previously. Like the one we did for the New Year celebration, that one's actually done in one single day, which is there's some flaws because it's kind of rushed out, but also like we can do that in one day, but it really depends on how complicated the costume is. Like we have no idea about this costume, and that is a very big disadvantage when we start already. And now that we are two and a half hours in and no one being here, to be honest, I'll just kind of end this like right after I finish the line work. And as soon as the line work is done, this piece is done. Like it's not going anywhere because well we fucked up a lot of things around already. So it's just kind of a piece to tell us not to fuck around. And if you fuck around, at least fuck around with something that you know very clearly. Like get something that you know very clearly and not doing a suicide mission, which I fucking am doing a suicide mission right now. I wanna watch anime. I wanna read manga. I real like ah. And then we have the other one around here. This is gonna be slightly more oval shape because it's like on an angle. But at the same time, it should be around the same. It's the same composition as the other one, so just make sure you don't make the two very different. Like they should be the same pipe from the reference photo. At least that's what the reference photo says though. And then it goes up and yeah, it doesn't really go that high up. I thought it was gonna be like a 3-tier system, but apparently not. So up and up and Yeah, yeah, that ish. We'll just put the other pipe in, just a really big one, because it's supposed to be a big one. And then the cape around here. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, but also just because of the hand, I feel totally hopeless about it. Let's add some slight Easter egg. We'll have the horn, the branch poking out a little bit from here. And let's add the lining for this. To be honest, Sakura has 5 petals, but the reason that we usually just draw 3 is just because it's easy. But we'll do the slightly harder one here because it's nice. Flag thickness to the side. I will say probably the same to here. Just close it off, snag thickness to the side. Then another lining. Let's get rid of this first. Another lining. Actually, we do need the knee to be slightly more visible facing front, which now is totally alright. You know what, we are not gonna put too much decoration on that part. We're gonna put a Sakura clip here. And actually I saw like on the traditional costume, there's a lot of buttons around the cloth. So there's around 3 clips on 3 buttons on the shirt, no, the jacket. I know it's not the cleanest lineup, but like at the same time, I don't give a fuck around about it. Like from afar, you don't really see the math. Ooh, sorry. So I guess that's alright. Yeah. Kind of just give it a little bit of fold. Goes down here. He's probably got some fold as well, but like yeah, it looks alright. It looks alright. I don't think we're gonna put a lot of Easter eggs into this one, just because personally speaking, this is not commercial piece. Hi, the Dragon Master. Sorry I missed your chat. I don't think we'll be putting too much stake into this one. We can put a few things around here. This looks not the most appropriate thing. I don't know how to say, but this just doesn't look appropriate. So let's just put a. This looks worse. What the fuck? How? How do we fix this? How do we fix this? How do we fix this? It looks like a spring pocket. I think making it rectangular might help. I think. I already missed the chat and I'm pretty sure the latency is not giving me any mercy either. Like, yeah. We'll put the colors in today. Yeah, we'll put the colors in. The hatch is gray. Should we do a clearer liner? But like, this line art is good enough. It's not too bad. Let's just move everything down to a pretty good position. Actually, you know what? I actually want to put something in. Island cow. Okay, right. Yep, I know what I'm putting in. Yep. Okay, no colors at the moment. We're gonna put something in, which is gonna make the thing a lot more Scottish, I think. How do I draw the Highland cow? Let's see. Use a draft layer would be nice. The cow would probably be around this high. Yeah, that's the cow's head. We'll good. Move it here slightly. And oh, this song is nice. Okay, it goes. This song goes so hard. Okay, yeah, this is a sketch layer, so personally saying, don't be too afraid to do anything on a sketch layer. And even if you need to take forms out, it's part of the process, I suppose. So the leg is around. Where the fuck is the leg? Right. So that's the main about this position. So they are very rich in wool. That is also kind of why Scotland is very rich in, how to say, agriculture. That's probably the only source of agriculture in Scotland. Well, there's probably no doubts about it. They do have the enemy protagonist here, like I feel like we are all doing pretty good at drawing animals. Like we could definitely consider the furry route. I was wanting to do a small documentary or like video about like why and how the furry appears. Okay, maybe they're not as fat. Eh, hmm. That's the hoops, and then yeah, I got carried away by the music, which is, I mean, who won't be carried away by music? Just saying, like it's normal occurrence. So the anatomy is different for animals. So that's probably the eye around here. Which is going to the backwards. Is it? It's going backwards. Because, yep. And then the fur kind of ends here, leaving the hooves out. I think. I think that's how it works. I'm not totally sure, but if there's anyone who's good with animal anatomy, I don't care if you're a furry artist, to be honest. Like, it's getting copyright so bad. Yeah, I don't care. At this point, I don't care anymore. And then it's going the other side, just kind of figuring out. Okay, the leg is a bit too thin, but that's not a big problem. Okay, that's the draft line art done. Now let's get the real line art of the cow into it, which obviously the horn is the most important part. Yeah. And then on the other side of the horn, like I would say you have to consider like how, so it kind of ends here, but it goes up on the other side, so you can't go all the way. You just have to kind of just go with the flow. I would say it's easier to go from up to down, personally speaking. But the bad thing about from up to down is that the end will be very heavy, which is, you know what, it's calculated risk. If anything, we could just shave a little bit off. Okay, maybe not. Shaving it off is not a very good choice. Fuck! Let's see. This should make it easier, hopefully. Oh, okay. Somehow it worked. So this cow is actually really hairy. Like from all the photos, it looks like it got the anime protagonist hair, which is very dangerous. But oh, it actually got its ears around here. And like, I think aside from all that, like, because I've just seen too many, I won't say art, like, on the souvenir shop, like, this appears like every time I walk past one, so I kind of just got used to it, I suppose. Yeah, the horns can really shift. Is the hair that is fuck. I know it's not typical for a cow to have so much hair, but like this is the Highland cow and it is very effing hairy. I don't even know how do they see, like they just so the mouth usually goes back a little bit, which I think we are doing an alright good job around it. So that part's fine. And then the slightly less hairy, like this is not the main hairy bit, so I would say just to keep it a bit more in a controlled environment, I would say. So probably like just a few lines so it just don't get too messy around these parts. And then I don't know how hoofs work, but we'll try. So there's a bone around here, and then there's the hoofs. And that part is actually covered by ourselves, so not too worried about that part. Okay, maybe slightly. Just need to make sure it's on the right direction. Okay, this is way too low. No, way too high for the cow. Which means we'll have to just kind of have the same curly-ish hair. I think it's going alright. I feel like it's alright. Like, yeah, it looks alright. As far as thing goes, it looks alright. Hi, Liu Wolf, welcome to the stream. Thank God I finally caught the chat this time. I'm not too immersed in drawing. We are kind of, I think, like more than halfway through on the drawing, so it's kind of a good time to join in and you're kind of seeing how far we are going. Thanks. Yeah. So, I mean, I initially started this piece wanting to kind of make a postcard out of it, but like, I don't know, the anatomy kind of effed up slightly, so this is now just a for fun piece. Yeah. I think the delay on the stream is around 30 seconds, so just sorry, it might take a slight while to reply to you. Yeah. So I was thinking, like, should we do the colors today? Just seeing if we have enough time. Actually, like this need to go slightly upper. And then give it some texture. I would say, like, if you are drawing like furry stuff. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think the thing about drawing is just a small curve. It's like an S curve. I think like the S curve is kind of a very small band on the S curve and then a slightly bigger band on the S curve. That's what makes the ender probably like stronger. Do you mean the one on my model or the one in the drawing though? That is something I want to just check. Thanks for the hearts though, thanks. Yeah. Then let's turn off the draft. Yeah, it's looking great. Now just to put some grass. which we never touch any so far. I mean, we haven't really touched any since the start of time, but And then just the piece of grass that they are touching, like me, who's not touching grass at all. Somehow it turned out rather good. That is surprising. We felt very hopeless in the creation of this drawing around the 1 hour mark. Like the anatomy that we started with is a complete mess, which I'm thankful that we managed to get past it. Yeah. So this is actually a Scottish costume, as the title says. Have you been to, well, I mean, Scotland is rather far away. Have you ever been to like the Britain? Like just in general. Yeah, touching grass is, I mean, I do go out like sometime, but like I haven't been near plants as much as I usually do, because oh, wrong. Wait, okay. Ah, right. Because like I somehow, like, in first of all, in cities there's probably not as much grass, and like where we need a bluish, no, a yellowish green would be a nice tone. Ah, thanks for joining in. I'll see you next time though, no problem. Thanks for joining in the stream. And let's get the grass going. The reason we started with grass is because, well, our brain is not on full capacity right now, so yeah. Bye! Bye-bye! We might be actually able to finish this piece today, because if we use the easier, just as most of you guys know, as none of you guys know, I actually have two coloring style. One is very simplistic, which is what we are aiming for in this stream, and one is more gradient centric and kind of trying things, I would say. Like, that is trying to get into a more sexy-ish tone, or like drawing those. I will use the more gradient centric tone, but well, we're not doing that this stream, so you are good. And yeah, just this is more wholesome-ish vibes, I hope. Ah, okay, this green is nice. We want it to be less saturated. Okay, maybe, yeah, less saturated. Less saturated is fine. We can always turn the saturation down. And the highlight color is usually brown, which is great for our color palette. Okay, it's not great, but like maybe a more reddish. Oh, this is very dark. Yep, so I would say the first thing in doing this coloring is to just bucket in most of the color, because they will be the same and they will 99% stay same-ish. Oh, it actually looks kind of golden. No, this is way too. No, this is shit. Somehow it looks like this color. Fine. Somehow it actually looks like this color. At least the reference photo says so. And speaking of reference photos, why don't we just copy that shit in? Oh shit. I want a very light tone. Ah, okay. I feel like this will clash with my hair tone though, but you know what? We're not gonna care at this point. Not right now. Not later. This is gonna be a background layer, just saying the cow and the grass will be on the background layer and it will not be on the main coloring layer. Just to give us the freedom to turn it off when we want to. I will see around the hooves will probably be slightly darker and maybe a bit redder. Okay, this is way too different. We need a slight different. Ah, okay. This difference is alright different. And then we have the hooves. That is probably the darkest thing in the whole cow. Yeah, in the whole cow, but still not gonna be too aggressive. But just make sure the colors are like. So one of the main thing of this coloring that I'm doing, like the picking, is just how to try to have it like kind of in a more harmonious way, like not very sharp, nothing too strong. It's just like simple, calm, chill, wholesome. That's the vibe we are going forwards to. But speaking of which, let's grab ourselves a color reference. Not this one. Where the fuck is that? Wait. Tokoi. 2025. Ah, found it. Yeah. Obviously, we don't have the cleanest lineup on this one, which is slightly problematic maybe. I think also one other thing about like slightly dirty liner is just it gives a feeling of human. Yeah, I will say that it gives a feeling of human, the human touch. We'll take the eye color. We'll just put ourselves for most of this, just for the sake of easiness. And like, to be honest, we've grabbed the skin tone once. Why are we grabbing it again? So the best solution to dealing with this is just to, well, take from what we already have, which is there already. Apparently I didn't redo the eye, but oh shit, we have a missing line. We have a missing line. It's wrong, but at the same time it feels right. Yeah. Oh shit, wrong layer. Okay, put in the colors. The hand, which is, I would say the hand literally took us so long to deal with. The hand is probably the one of the most time consuming thing, except for us trying to get the leg right. But still, wow, I can't believe how long that took us. And now just to clean up the lines slightly. But just saying, like, no need to get too paranoid about like how the lines are right or wrong or whatever. Just because we gave up on this piece already, so the line art is gonna be messy, it's gonna be whatever. I don't give a shit. Literally, I don't give a shit. As long as it's not wrong, I'm fine with it. My back. It hurts. And then let's grab what hat, like, it is supposed to be blackish, I suppose, but I don't know, I feel like it could be something more. But also, I don't really give a fuck anymore. I don't know, do you guys like this kind of illustration more, or do you like the, how it's called? The other one more, which is the one with the, what's called, like, I forgot what was I saying again? I do like the gradient field one more, yeah. I suppose these two should be kind of blackish. Too black. Okay black. Yeah, this is okay black. And I don't know what's wrong with the system or whatever it's doing, but yeah. We are going for a kind of Highland-ish look, I suppose, so also just to switch our own color palette, green is gonna be one of the main colors, just saying. Very not saturated green. Well, there's some people with it out there, so I suppose it's acceptable. To be honest, it should be like a blackish suit, but at this point I don't care. Yeah. I feel like this drawing is going Italian. Why is this drawing giving me Italian vibes? This drawing is giving me Italian vibes. What the fuck? The fuck? Where's my... Okay, we need less white on this one, which is alright. I totally agree. It's a very dark green, apparently. I don't know why, but like it's either black or very dark green, which give us to this green and give us like tints of green, and there we go. Okay, maybe I did. Now it's Italian again. Fuck. Okay, fine. We'll do the traditional looking thing, I suppose. It's just black. Black is so sad of a color though, just saying. Like, I don't like the color black because it's such a sad, lifeless color. I know my accent is coming in. I don't care. And then on our linings and things we'll use, well, obviously, pink and green. Green for the leaves. Like, color setting wise, we have green, so makes sense. The fuck is wrong? Somehow the lines are not fully colored in, which is weird. It's really, really weird. As you can see, like there's a really faint white line in the middle of every line, and it infuriates me so much. Let's grab it from the eye and throw it in. It's just we love to use pink, so we'll use pink. And for the tartan, to be honest, I have a faint idea of what I want it to be. Just a really faint idea. But it might turn out to be a rather good idea. I'll just throw it in later when we are finishing up. But as far as we know, this will be pink. Pink all the way. To be honest, I also kind of want green or some slightly more interesting colors, but you know what? Actually, green lining would look alright. I think it could be just the top of the drawing. Like, pink will be that 10% of the composition, which will help a little bit, I suppose. Not totally sure how it will work, but I suppose it could work as far as things goes. If it doesn't work, I don't know what else will work. This is so annoying. The fuck is happening? I don't know. Actually, green and the pink goes quite nice together, so we'll keep it that way. Just green lining. And then green Yeah, the color palette is going alright. And the red goes to the back. The red will probably change later on, but as far as we know, it's doing wonders, I suppose. That's the only way to describe it. It's doing literal wonders, so yeah, like to be honest, one of the things that inspired me to start this style of coloring is a video on YouTube called like simplicity over complexity. Just like I don't know, like also in terms of illustration lucrativeness, I feel like if you want to do into more mainstream, you gotta be like kind of in the middle of like non-anime illustration and anime illustration, which actually is a really hard concept to grasp, but well, this is a concept, I suppose. Nah. Yeah, black works alright on this one. Yeah, I'm on the right layer. And then let's just do this really quickly. And then, well, same thing, I suppose. Shall we? Actually, you know what? We'll do the green lining, but we'll actually not do the black infill. We'll do a yellowish, brownish infill, I feel like. Just need to keep the color palette clean and everything else, and yeah, which is annoying as fuck. This is actually slightly fun because you know, like these are the few things that like kind of represent our VTuber model or like our character settings, I would say. Although I do say Clip Studio seems to fuck up a lot these days. Like you see the color popping out of it, like just now, like that part I have no idea what's happening. And it's happening. Which is not a great sign. And let's just color in manually slightly, just so the F-King line doesn't fuck us over. Which happens more often or not, but yeah. I don't understand why it does this. Like, I think it might be a problem with the brush, but like the slightly lighter part in the center of the line is really, first of all, it's distracting. Second of all, it's not nice. It kind of takes away from the coloring. So that is like something we have to fix. Even manually, we have to fix it. You can see on this leaf, like before we put the black in and after we put the black in into the line, like it makes such a difference. somehow. I hate to say, but it makes a difference. And then for the bagpipe, what color should it be? To be honest, most of the bagpipe I see is either leather colored or black. Which I feel like black is getting overused in this drawing, although understandably. Okay, this is not a good color to be with. Somehow this one's looking alright. Great news. Ah, but my leg. Oh, shit. You can't hear, but my leg just cracked. Like literally cracked. Oh. It's not painful, but it's like I feel like my body just breaking down. And it's not nice knowing that your body's breaking down. Which one is the one? Oh, it's actually red. Okay, that makes sense. It's also a light red. It's not a very strong red. It's great. Looks alright, I suppose. But it actually have like a whitish around for this part, so we'll keep it white. We are not discriminating with brown, but we'll keep it white for now. And let's get some wood color in. Maybe a bit more orange. Okay, less yellow, more saturated. Ah, right, there we go. About color harmony, I don't think that's something we should touch on at this stage, and we should just focus on getting this piece of shit finished today. Like, I mean, we can obviously change it later on, but like, eh, don't really feel like it. And then that piece looks like it's like silverish, so we'll put in a gray for it. And then also just it's just so annoying when I saw that. Ah, why Clip Studio? Why is do me dirty like that? I know this is not typically how it looks, but it makes sense, I guess. We're just gonna use the green because the sakura color, I don't want it to be like overused. It should be like kind of like a highlight-ish color. That's what I was wanting it to be, like in this piece so far. So the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. I know what's wrong, I think. I know what's wrong. there is something in the layer below. Yeah. I mean, it's looking alright. It's looking alright. We want something like purple-ish, which not that one, not that one. This one looks alright. Just as a matter of fact, we'll copy in just so it's easier for everyone. Copy image. Because tartan colors is so annoying to deal with, I will have to say it's one of the things that people get really paranoid over, so I don't want to fuck this up too much. Just saying. Why is this so dark? Yo? So the brush we're using is one of the pencil brush, which actually gives a pretty good tone, I suppose. Yeah, let's just fill the color in just so it's easier. And it got around 2 per. You know what, we're not gonna care too much about the tartan look or whatever because it's none of our fucking concern. It's fucking painful on my head already, so I don't want to deal with it more than I need to. So we'll do the very simple-ish thing of just like laying the lines accordingly, which will help us kind of get to like the checker pattern that tartan usually have. And we'll just remove anything that's like outside this pattern, which is a good way to drawing it, just saying. Like, it's I won't say risk-free, but like it's easy to do so as far as we know. Okay, let's remove something around here. And around here, I would probably say put a little bit in just so you can see that it's actually being drawn. You don't have to show everything, but well, as far as we know, it makes things look better, so why not? And I will have to say we are not putting an official tartan on it. Just so you know, like we're not following an exact tartan, it's just things for good measure. Multiply. Okay, this is way too dark. And then use a 30 brush would probably be good enough. So given the fact that it's a multiply brush, I'll just explain kind of like what's actually happening. So with a multiply brush, you basically multiply the value and then the saturation, etc. of your brush, which will result in, well, a darker pattern. So the good thing about this is if you use a clipping mask, you don't really have to worry about much things. If you're not using a clipping mask, well, congrats, you're fucked. But like, why are you not using a clipping mask? Like Control Alt G and then you're all good to go. Now we need a very dark one, which goes in the middle of these ones. Like, I mean, we're not necessarily caring too much of like how it turns out looking. Like, it needs to look like it's like there's depth to the tartan. So that's one of the very important things. And then we actually use a white. We need a really dark one, an even darker one. I would say to do like the Hi Animator Ethan 13, welcome to the stream, and we are drawing a tartan at the moment, which is pain. It's just kind of like, so in a tartan you kind of just weave thing into a crisscross pattern, and so far we are getting on all right with it. Like, no official tartan is reference. Like, we just took a few colors, we reference the patterns thing, but because of how complicated one tartan is, I don't think we'll be doing like a full-fledged tartan. Just because tartan designing is already I think there's a whole industry for it. So we're not gonna dive into that art of tartan, and we're just gonna make sure our drawing is looking as pretty as it should be. Which so far is looking pretty-ish. Yeah, it looks alright. To me, it looks alright. And then for this one, we are gonna use this. We're gonna do the same tartan, which is gonna be a pain in the ass. I do not deny that fact. Yes, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. And yeah. Right. Okay. So after this, we need the clipping mask. I did not expect to be drawing tartan, which too late. We are in it already. And I'm seeing a bit of like overlapping, which needs to be fixed. Fix this, fix this, fix this. Yep. And now let's get to the straight part of the Titan, which actually is the most annoying part, I will say, just because getting straight lines is impossibly hard. And how am I gonna wake up for work tomorrow? Hey yo. You know what, I'm not gonna even care at this point. Fuck this shit. Multiply and multiply by, well, let's just say it's the same amount. Oh, it's 67. We could do it 69, but why? Why bother? Forget it. Forget it. And we need to set it in the multiply. Just why am I even doing this? I put myself in the Q hole, like kill myself hole. Like Harden is there a pattern brush? No, actually, you know what? Pattern brush won't help with this one. And then it probably needs to get darker, maybe? Does it? No? Nah. Okay, and then we put the white lines onto it, which is in the middle of every of this slightly fakish. I feel like the white line really make the whole pattern lit up, certainly. Like, that's why you need a lot of highlights in some drawings. Like, if you don't have the highlights, it will actually get a lot less lively. And then just one very important thing that we have to do for this drawing, for this part of the drawing, is just to like, yeah. You might ask, what the fuck am I doing? It's actually really normal. It's called adding a shadow. 50 is way too much. Let's do 20. No, 20 is too less. We just need a visible darker tone in this part, which will make everything much nicer. And let's give this a title now that we are more than halfway through. I suppose we are way more than halfway through now. And so 2. Okay, this part is actually not too hard. And if that's the case, let's just also put it in for these few parts in the drawing. Oh shit. Holy shit. Hi. Oh. Sorry, I scare you. Okay, so Gauri. Um, so yeah, this is Tartan. This is not a guide to how to draw Tartan, but at the same time, like, it gives a pretty good idea of how this thing works, I suppose. We are running over the edge a lot, which is not great, but and then we need the multiply bus. So you can see like the fabric actually folds a little bit around here, so your tartan pattern will need to follow and change a little bit just to make sure it works well. In theory, it should all work, but this is not a theoretical world and things are not always as nice as they seem, which is the unfortunate truth, but let's get ourselves into the paint again. Oh shit, we are way over time. We are way over time. You know what? Don't care anymore. I gave up. We are gonna straight up finish this one today. I don't give a shit to my sleep schedule anymore. So actually, we have a Discord channel and you want to send your art and you want me to rate them, feel free to send them into there. I will roast you without mercy. Hopefully you can sustain that and still live on. Yeah. This is painful to draw. We haven't even started the shading. This is no shading. This is before any fucking shading. Should we continue this tomorrow? I mean, so far so good, but at the same time, we need to. Do we have anything that is not painted yet? Not really. Yeah, we could. People come and go. Yeah. You know what? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit anymore. Sky. Sure, why not? We'll try that. Let's see where our line art is. And let's just extend the land line so we can actually get the sky in. And at the background layer, let's throw a blue. It's a very desaturated blue. We need a very desaturated blue. Wait. Wait a second. Yeah, we are putting in the sky right now. We just need to close off a few gaps so the system don't kill us immediately. This is way too bright. Wait. Okay, actually it looks not bad. To be honest, it works. Definitely. Oh god. And let's get back to shading. Because we haven't really shaded this drawing at all. Like, shading is like, I won't say totally crucial. Like, sometimes if it's a very simple drawing, you can get away without shading. But this one, we put enough effort into making a tartan already, so I don't want the tartan time to go to waste. Which is, I mean, kind of understandable, I suppose. And we'll just multiply layer just to make our life much easier. I know it's not, it's slightly cheating, I suppose, like the tartan layer, no, the multiply layer, but it's, it's just how it is. And I suppose the light is coming from this side, so the lag should be actually be very much in the light. No, like without light. That's what I'm trying to say. Without light, and the lag should be like without. Why are you on this? Eh? Oh shit! I want to multiply there. Wait. Eh? 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 Sure. Wait a sec. Let me just put in the legs, the leg shading in real quick. Personally, I'm not good with drawing clouds, but sure. Oh shit, wrong brush. I thought this is white. Is this white? It feels very not white to me, but apparently it's white. Sure. And maybe. Yeah. Okay. It's looking great. Where was I? Ah, shading. Where is the shade? Let's get the shade on. And because the light is coming from that side, this should be 90% in the darkness. Just because it's not facing any light and whatsoever. And then that's this part of the shading done, I suppose. Oh, the shoe and can actually get darker. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, this need to get darker. Oh shit. I think like because the black is too similar on the shoe, like even with the what's called shadow. So that is one part that we won't be dealing too much with. We are not giving a very strong shading for this drawing. Like things in this drawing shouldn't be like strongly shaded. Just because this is more like a cutesy, wholesome. I wouldn't say our channel is a very wholesome channel, but it's more like a cutesy vibe. So it's best not to give the thing a very strong contrast, especially when everything is like very pastelish. And on this side, it actually kind of shades down here. So the hand blocks some of the lights around here, and the rest is kind of blocked around here. So yeah, blocked. And put some shading in. Oh, let me do this. Forgot. We put shading in for the cape already, so we'll actually not do too much of shading on it. It got a very light shade already, so that part is fine. And then here we have the hand, which is kind of in the sun, not totally in the sun, but it's good to have something, I suppose. And also like bits of shadow around here. Shadow because there's a neck thingy going on here. For the whites, the shadow should be slightly lighter. We are doing a very lazy shading method today, just because I wanna go sleep. So that's why we are not like picking color and doing like a very thorough shade, but yeah. Then a little bit around here. The white should be shaded slightly. Same as here, this actually is much darker shaded, which makes sense, I guess. And darker shade around here. I think the thing about like black areas is just that you just need to shade a bit stronger. But except for that, I think most of it is totally fine. Most of it. Like, it's just that because they don't really see much sunlight, it doesn't mean that they are banished into hell. So, I mean, yeah, but I also want to finish the artwork, so it's more like I'm compromising a little bit of the artwork quality and a little bit of my sleep. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. About the bagpipe, we have no idea what color we want it to be honest. We just keep it red because it seems like a common color in bagpipes and tartans, but it doesn't has to be red, but eh. And then a little bit around here, just shadowing stuff, which is everyday. Oh shit, this is not working. Yep. It's fine, we'll finish the drawing. Oh shit, the music stopped. Wait. Okay, the music is continued. It's fine, we'll finish the drawing and we'll go to sleep. We did this drawing from like start, so like we did not start from a sketch today, so that is probably the main reason why it took so long. And like, I mean, usually we stream around this hour. Yeah, this is not too bad. I've streamed for longer previously. Just saying, like 3 hours is understandable in this world of streaming. I've seen people done 8 hours Minecraft streams. 3 hours is easy. It's not too bad. Trust me, it's not too bad. Like, I think the problem is if you're doing something that's like really requiring your attention, or like, for example, if I'm at work and like I have to solve like complicated problem, whatever, that will be like, okay, I can't do this anymore. But if I'm just drawing, I feel like it's just drawing. Like, yeah, that's mainly how I feel about it. It's like, it's just drawing. There's nothing too bad about it. And like we are more than halfway done. We've done this and to a okay point. A little bit of color here. Give this a little bit of shade and okay. Make a port too, man. What do you mean by that? Like a port for ships, or like the one that sails on the sea, not the one next to the drawing, like those ones, or I'm slightly confused. Like the one next to the sea kind of ports, or oh, we are missing a few bits of the sky. Where's the sky? Okay, let's fill in the missing pieces of the sky. Do we have any missing pieces? No, that one is normal. Let's grab a piece of wood and put it there. Hi, Sarah, welcome back. We are nearly finishing the drawing, nearly finishing. Hopefully we'll finish it today, hopefully. And I know Nisha there is like trying to demand me to go to sleep, but I refuse to. I refuse to. Oh, this is way too dark. Okay, this is alright darkness. Like I'll sleep, but after this is done to a certain point, like I don't like leaving things like hanging on the edge. Like either it's just like line art today, like either I'll just do line art and then I'll end the stream, but after I start coloring, we are not stopping. I've made the decision since I start coloring. And for these charms, like the shadows should be not like right behind it, just because they are like there's a distance between them and the cloth, so the shadow is actually projected a little bit further back. And for this, well, put a little bit of shadow on here, shadow on here. What else needs shadowing? Ah, this looks alright. Oh, yeah, this one's probably should have a little bit of shading. And then we need... Oh, this layer is slightly annoying. Is it this layer? Oh, it's not even this layer. Okay, it's not a normal layer. Okay, that's fine. Let's just shade the hand in. So the finger has some slight shadow. And one of the very important thing is just not to go over the edge, I suppose. Just keep etching the drawing. Nah. 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 We are very near the end, to be honest. Like, we have this already nearly done, so that's why I'm still like slightly still going. Like, and then some slight shading around here, which right, the shadow should be above and this is below. Some slight more shading below it. We'll finish shading the character and then we'll call it a day. All right. Okay, we need to kind of just make sure like this is going on the edge of the cap, which is the highlights, and some slight highlights on here also will emphasize the depth of the hat a little bit. That's it. This looks like shit. Okay, we'll put the shading on like just on the how do we call it, like the leathery bits, like those are the ones which is in dire need of shading. Yeah, I've actually watched My Hero Academia, but like which season do you mean though? Like because I've only watched till I think the third season and then I stopped. Yeah. I know it's lame, but like I know it's like the part where I just stopped at like season 3 is slightly lame, but like yeah, I stopped at season 3. Which is alright. I do like it, but like I feel like at the longer it takes, like the plot kind of goes slightly less happy-ish and more into like darker things like mass annihilation, etc. And that part is not fun. It doesn't look fun to me, so that is the part where I kind of stopped watching My Hero because of the, I wouldn't say it's the violence, it's just got too far, like it went too far and I can't really keep up with exactly what's happening with the whole series. Yeah, we missed one. Yeah, we're doing a normal layer. We can do that with black. Oh, I think it's one of the biggest fandoms. Like, there's a few fandoms. There's the Dragon Ball, there's the Attack of Titan, and then there's My Hero Academia, and then the One Piece. So like, these are the biggest few fandoms nowadays, and given the fact that they are the biggest, they will obviously have people who talk about them all the effing time. So you can't escape from that. So I suppose you just have to just do it. Like, I think you don't even really need to watch the what's it called? You don't even need to watch the series. Like you just get to know it a lot better, I suppose. I haven't watched Naruto actually. Like Naruto is one of the few things that I haven't rewatched. Actually, one of the many things that I haven't rewatched. Which I will admit, I'm one of those guys who's like, this is mainstream. I'm not watching it. I know it's not a good thing to do, but like, I'm always on like the, oh, this is mainstream, eh? So it's normie stuff. So I'm not gonna watch it. Like I know it's not a good thing to do, but like, I just I just don't like the very big shows. Like, yeah, I like the very indie one that feels like I'm the special and I found this gem, which I know is not usually the case, but yeah. Let's put a date or do we need we need a shadow. Where is the grass? Let's touch the grass. Why are you touching the grass? And let's get this into it. Okay, actually we don't need to change the hue, we just need to change the just need to change. Oh, this is bad. Let's see how are we gonna deal with this. Because this is slightly going haywire. Uh, I think there's usually just fanship, so that part is like you can see in any single fandom, but I think maybe My Hero they do have a few, but I don't think a lot of them is like intentional. Have you seen the Deku and Bakugo ships? I think that one is a very popular one. And then there's of always like Deku and the girl and Bakugo and the guy with the ice and fire. Like, yeah, that's a lot of ships in there. But I think most of them are just fan ships. So if you want to see a lot of them, just first of all, archive of our own. That is one place you can get like 90% of them. I'm pretty sure you can get probably 90% of them there. And then the other one is, I would say maybe rule34.com. Maybe you'll see more of them there. You'll probably see a lot more of them there. After all, they're anime characters. Let's get this brownish. Yeah, like Bakudeku is like really popular, I think, everywhere. Personally speaking, I did not watch any of it, but I've seen how it unfolds, and I've seen so many comics like on Instagram, like the funny ones on it, and like I can't fathom how people even manage. I mean, Bakudeku is alright. Yeah, I know what gacha is. Gacha game kind of like have been there for my childhood, which I never knew it was supposed to well it, but I also know some friends really well on it. Like I'm the guy who just never pays for any game. Like obviously like Minecraft, Sims, those I did pay for, but like not like in-game transactions. I don't do those, which I don't know. It just feels like you are paying money to get a bunch of nothing. Like, I know it's probably people will object to that, but like, I just don't feel like paying gacha game to get that PNG of a character. And a lot of times they don't really help with your team a lot if they look good. It's only the ones that doesn't look good that's like really beneficial to your build, which is also a really annoying thing about gacha games. Like, why do they do that? Got a bucket, got a bucket, got a bucket. Oh, that gacha. I know about that gacha. I'm not most up to date about it, but I also know what horrendous things they could do. I have a I have a friend who did those back in the days, and I would say his things are like properly cursed. They are properly cursed. Like, I don't understand how he could even manage to think of such cursed things, but apparently he did. No, I mean, you can still do the gacha, but like, usually you will pay more to just get the character you like. That is the main thing that I'm against, which is like paying for like an in-game item or something like the microtransaction. Yeah, the microtransaction. That's the part I don't like a lot. Like, why am I paying for like something non-existent? Yeah, that's what's happening in my mind when the game asks me, do you want to pay $25 to remove all the ads or something like that? Like, my personal reaction is just like, it doesn't it's not worth it. First of all, I don't think it's ever worth it to like pay them in terms of like removing ads or whatever. Like, I understand they need to feed themselves, but I'm not the kind of person to. That's called gacha hit. It is disgusting. Okay, I don't think I know exactly which gacha you're talking about then. Now that you have mentioned like gacha hits, something like that, I'm not totally sure. But 90% of those things that associates themselves to gacha is not as great as they proclaim, I suppose. Oh shit. Wait, which color is this? Shit, this is the wrong color. Why am I on the wrong color? Ah. Okay, now I know why. No, I don't know why. Oh, it's fucking on opacity. Ah, okay, that's why. Okay, issue fixed. We are back on track. Okay, so from the name, I think gacha is it just mean like gacha, but the characters are doing questionable things, or is that the cat? Is that the catch, or because from the description it sounds like that. And for the nose of the car, we actually need to change into like a slightly brownish tone. Given that we are multiply, let's see what we could do. Okay, this is way too light. Ah, okay, this is a good tone. Huh. Okay, that's it done. Yay. We managed to do this whole drawing in 4 hours, I think. Around 4 hours. We started at half 8, it's now half 12, a bit more than half 12, but like, great, yay. Okay, we'll just need to add. Oh, and for if you are a long time viewer, which not too long ago, we changed the channeling from what we have previously into this one. Because this is what we're using for Twitter, Instagram, and literally everything. So yeah. Today is the 20th. No, it's the 19th. We stepped into the next day. Yay. Okay, good night, guys. This will be the end of the stream. Our chat has greatly convinced me to finally go to sleep because we finally finished the artwork and we'll be sending this out soon, I guess. Okay, thank you for joining for this stream. If you are here, remember to join our Discord server, which is in the description below, which I will reply to you in the morning. And yeah, remember to subscribe though. Yay, we managed to do a whole piece in 4 hours. This is impressive, just saying. A whole piece. Yay! Yay! Okay. Where's the end screen? We don't have an end screen apparently. Yeah. Ta-da! Good night, guys. See you next week or Saturday if you are watching the video, which is hopefully coming out Saturday or Sunday. It depends how much do I manage to draw whatsoever. Yeah, we'll be working on that tomorrow and whatever, but it's off camera. Yeah. Okay. Good night. See you next time. Same time next week, half 8 p.m. British time. And yeah, that's it. Yeah. Night.